Good morning, everyone. Good morning, and welcome to Tuesday, second day of the work week. For those of us who work under that schedule, I hope you've had a good start to the week. I hope you are energized for the rest of it. I realized this morning that I utterly forgot that Ream Story is a site I post on. I don't know how. Like, I keep it on my browser, and every morning I go through all my tabs, closing the as part of maintenance, because some need to be updated daily. I need to take old advertising off and stuff like that. And like, I look at them, but I'm realizing that some of them that I don't have to do anything with actively, I don't really see them. So yeah. So I mean, it's not like there's anyone on the Ream Story. Like, I really don't know if that's a site that will work for me. Um, I think I have one person following me, and that's kind of it. I do appreciate them, but I mean, on the other side, it's not like it's really costing me anything. Um, the posting is relatively simple. So, yeah, I am going to have to go through all that and update everything and make sure everything's okay. Alrighty. This morning it is read and correct. Hey, Huntress, welcome to the stream. Hello, James, welcome to the stream. All right, posted is here until I'm done. Yeah. Alrighty, so to make sure I don't get delayed too much, I will start now by confirming the microphone is on, turning off. You will be lurking until about 30 minutes before your lunch. Enjoy your lurk, James. Turning off desktop audio, I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the record. Oh, wait. For anybody else who's new to this, read and corrects are when I read chapters from one of my stories. From my stories, correct them as I go, and I record those. So for the duration of the recording, I'll ignore the chat, address whatever is said afterward. So I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing chapter 79 of The Technician's Fight. Gregor paced, wanting to do something more for his heart, but unable until the leadership acknowledged the urgency of his request. He'd already contacted other hunter ships to cover the gap his absence would cause and set course for Earth. It would be months before they reached the Earther territory, but so the leadership didn't have to hurry. He just wished they did, so he could at least tell Jer what was happening. Okay, not what was. Tell Jer that things were happening. They're killing my mom, Jer had yelled when Gregor told him he couldn't simply set course for Earth after his heart entered stormed the bridge, demanding they change course. That had caused him to bring him to his office for an explanation and gotten him a reply of his a reply? A replay. Ah. A replay of his conversation with his brother. This feels like a trap, he pointed out. Of course it's a trap, Jerry yelled. I don't give a fuck. I've got to see her and talk some sense into her. He'd held his heart and promised he'd do everything he could to make it happen. Of course, the danger was that the leadership wouldn't help. As had been pointed out, he was not well liked among them, and he didn't put it past that group to use a family emergency to flex their power on him, starting with making him wait well past the time their message said they'd contact him. Comms contacted him. Alpha, the leadership is requesting to speak with you. My office, he said, taking position in the projection field. Admiral Dwan Salsinta Kreftia appeared seated behind a desk alone. He didn't know if that was a good or bad sign. He'd expected a full board with that Pelterostafe del Garomere named annoyance of an admiral there, using this to make Gergran bow to them. Alpha shooted at him. Admiral, he returned and waited. He laid out the situation in his report, so she either had more questions or an answer, and he wanted to avoid coming across as making demands. You understand the problem with your request, don't you? He struggled not to appear suspicious. The problem with me calling on family law so my heart can go see his dying mother? No, I'm afraid I don't. You're asking us to enforce it on a species that doesn't have an equivalent. The how the Earther didn't have one was a question he'd ask Quirrig before sending his report. The retired ambassador hadn't had to deal with those kind of situations while on Einstein, so all he was aware was that Earthers had a variety of emergency procedures for unexpected situations, but nothing specifically dealing with family the way their people did. The man had theories as to why, but Gargan hadn't been in a mood to listen. The Federation recognizes family law, he stated. It will enforce it when it crosses into another species' border. But the Earthers aren't a Federation species, Alpha. But they're trying to be. Or have they also pissed off their Tahornian shepherd? He didn't know what to think of that. That the Earther would go to them, or that the Tahornians would agree. Someone was angling for something, but unless it was part of that incursion, he'd stop the use of those machines on his people. It wasn't his problem. The Admiral looked unhappy at what he said, but he had no idea what part caused it. That still doesn't mean they have to recognize it. It will be on their shepherd to convince them this is to their advantage. Does that mean you will make the request? The Earther would agree. They had to if they wanted Jer there so they could get him. Yes, I will see to it personally, but be warned that if you enter their territory before they have agreed to let you pass, we will not be able to protect you. Your Alpha informed me of the arrangements you have made with other of her ships and given me her best guess why. I understand. Was that their plan? To force him to go Halan so his heart could reach his mother? Would he? Could he explain to Jer why that couldn't work? Could he watch him suffer and not try? I hope you do, Alpha. I'm unsure you understand how precarious your situation is. You don't have allies among the leadership, and while the politicians like how the Federation sees you as a great representation of Kelser, you shouldn't count on them to push very hard for you. Politicians aren't brave folks. And what do you want me to do so I'll have your support? She stared in disbelief. You claimed family law, Alpha. I'm not going to turn this into a play for power over you. You will find me on your side in that regard, at the very least. Thank you. I will set things in motion and do my best to keep your worst opposition from hijacking the procedures. She ended the communication, but Gagran needed longer to be able to return to his work. Groudron stepped into the broadcast chamber. We are only waiting for the signal. The meeting has started, the beta at the control said, and he moved to the center of the room. This would be a multi-transmission meeting, so couldn't be accommodated in his office. He hadn't expected to be included in this, let alone for his presence to be requested. The worst part was that he didn't know who had requested it. Tom had contacted the back rooms, but no one had told him anything. The sense he had was that no one knew, which he thought meant it was the leadership who had made the request. Which he thought meant that it was the leadership who had made the request. We are being contacted, the beta said. Private communication request on the same frequency as the meeting. Before he could give the approval, a male, a good head shorter than him, appeared. I really need to go over and figure out the actual description of Quernick. The good head shorter than him appeared. I don't need before him. He wore a well-cut vest and pants, but nothing indicating why his friend was here. Quernick, this is unexpected. The male smiled. Not as much as you think. No meddling involved. After you contacted me about Earther and family law, I asked colleagues to keep me appraised of anything happening regarding that. I'm here as your appointed representative. I didn't know I needed representation. The male shook his head. That is proof you do, growled. You will be facing the leadership, politicians, the Earthers, and their shepherds. You should have a fleet of adjudicator here with you. Here, I don't need the with you. To make sure you don't get raked to the bone. As no one sought to make that happen, you have me. He glanced at the beta, who checked the board. No indication this is being recorded. I haven't yet joined the meeting transmission, if that's your concern, Querrick said. I hate politics. The male chuckled. The only one who don't are politicians and adjudicators who may earn a living making sure politics don't destroy all who find themselves facing it. I have to find a way to repay you, Querrick. There's no hurry. Just visit whenever you come to Kelser. Alpha, the signal for the start of the meeting has been received. Let me do the talking, Querrick said. Gladly. He nodded to the beta and stood before 3 sets of tables. 5 unknown Kelserian. Oh, right, those are the politicians. At the central table, with 5 representatives of the leadership to their right. A notable exception. That exception doesn't work. A notable absence. A notable absence was Admiral Thromarcarin Omerita Milselstaffe. He didn't know what that meant. Maybe Querrick would know. Maybe Querrick would. But maybe Querrick did, but he couldn't ask. To the left of the politicians were 3 Earthers and 2 Tahornians. He recognized one of the Earther as their leader from the statement he broadcast. When closing their territory to outsiders. You actually expect me to let him in? The male demanded without preamble. Leader of Earth, the central politician said. The hope is that we can explain the importance of. You sent him under false pretense to one of our research station, the Earther countered, to spy on us. Mr. President, Querrick said, if I may offer a point of clarification. Who are you? You may address me as Querrick, since I am aware Earthers aren't comfortable pronouncing our full names. I am here to represent the Alpha. To represent Alpha. Alpha Ground Cell Havnir, and I was on Einstein Station when the incident you're referring to happened. Right, there was one of you. The Tahonian to his right grabbed his shoulder hard enough. The male winced and whispered something. Uh, this is going to be in that way because the Tahonian is the one whispering. The Tahonian to his right grabbed his shoulder hard enough. The male winced and whispered something. They certainly weren't being as gentle as his people had been in shepherding them. The earther glared, but then took a breath. All right, what clarification do you have? The mission the Alpha Captain was on when you went to Einstein Station did not originate with the Kelser leadership, but with the Federation Security Council. He is part of a specialized force the Federation will call on when they have delicate missions. You call what happened on there delicate? He kidnapped one of my people. The legality of technicians Jeremy Bradshaw's citizenship has been settled, Mr. President, Quick said. He is Kelsarian. I was also a witness to his request to become one, as well as the circumstances that forced the Alpha Captain to board the station with force. Mm, uh, not with Pax. If you intend to hold that against him and deny him family law, then you should simply say so. The Earth leader, the Tahornian to his right said, wishes no such thing. By the Earther's glare, Grelgron suspected that was a lie. This is to evaluate if the enactment of Kelsarian family law by the feared hunter is more than a ploy for him to do what? What predators like him do. Force his way where he wants, to take what isn't his. The Alpha Captain's action has always been reviewed by the Federation. Actually, this would be have, because they're referring to a specific one. Have always, no. Actions have always been reviewed by the Federation Security Council, Craig said with enough force. Gagarin stared at him. His protest was swallowed. He swallowed the protest. Let's go a little more active. If Tahun has objection to the conclusion they rendered, it should take it with a FSC. As you say, this is to evaluate the validity of the claim of family law. I ask that the Earth President play the conversation between technician Jeremy Bradshaw and Byron Bradshaw, his brother. I expect you have it. The male looked to his assistant, who nodded. Then the same messenger had showed him played. I have to ask. General Twitgar Orkstri Torimar said, but is your infrastructure so fragile that it can fail like this? That it can just fail like this? The male looked to the other assistant, who stood. No, she said. It has been centuries since the last recorded fault. Are you implying Kelser never suffers failures of any of its system? Of course not. But when something fails, we see to the well-being of our citizens and worry about if they were covered by that system after. That it happened to the mother of someone your government has tried to kidnap. I object on behalf of the Earthers, the Taronian said. That is an unfounded accusation. All the investigations on the attacks on technician Jeremy Bradshaw have linked them to a fringe group with ties not to the government but wealthy families. And if they are involved in this and their involvement in this is still being investigated. By whom? One of the politicians asked. By us. The Taurian replied, "As part of being their shepherd, we have requested the Earthers grant us access to their judicial system so we can investigate previous claims made to how they treat their citizens, as well as further claim of their involvement in actions that would force us to step away from our role as shepherd." They agreed. Under protest, the Earth leader grumbled. "The tone of the agreement," the Taurian said, "is irrelevant. But my people have assured the Federation that if we find evidence the Earth government was involved, we will abandon them." "May I ask," Quirk said, "why you aren't requesting they uphold family law and allow technician Jeremy Bradshaw to return to Earth to see his dying mother?" "Ah," another politician said, "but that isn't what this meeting is about. If technician Jeremy Bradshaw wants to go home, the Earthers are willing to provide him passage on one of their ships. We even approved one. But it's being made clear," the female nodded to the leadership, "that it has to be on the Alpha Captain's ship. This is to decide if that should be allowed." "Ah," Quirk nodded. "Then that clarifies why Tahun brought up the Alpha Captain's previous hunts. We can continue. The feared hunter has a history of targeting Tahonian ships, as do any security ship within the Federation," one of the leadership, Representative Gagaran, didn't know, said. "A number of Tahonian ships engage in piracy. Claims made by hunters like this one. Claims of Tahun are what your people call halan." "I'm afraid I don't see the relevance," a politician said. "Or are you saying that Tahun's dislike of this Alpha Captain is a factor in if he will be allowed to carry out his duty under family law?" "No. The action of the feared hunter toward those of Tahun will not be used, but they, along with what took place on the Earther Research Station Einstein, lend to considering the risk of allowing such a male within the territory of the species we shepherd." "But that was under order of the Federation." The male looked to the leadership. "Or did I misunderstand? It wasn't under your orders, was it?" "No," Admiral Dewan Celsinta Kreftias answered. "The hunt was ordered by the Federation. We did review it in light of what happened and the claims the Earthers made in regards to technician Jeremy Bradshaw, and it was found to be a proper hunt. Tahun has access to those same reports, so know that what the Federation concerns were. I fail to see how this sets a precedence for what the Alpha Captain's action will be while enacting his duties under family law." "You mean flying to my planet and parroting the sickness of a..." For all this time, the squeezing of the shoulder looked painful. "I apologize for my charges outburst," the Tahornian said. "I have explained that because most of the Earthers are one way does not make technician Jeremy Bradshaw sick. Unfortunately, one thing that has come to light in our investigation is how ingrained the belief Earthers are incapable of feeling affection to others like them is." Wait, what? "Is how ingrained the belief of others are incapable of feeling affection for like them, others like them is." And I'm gonna others of the same gender. Is. So it isn't so. That our investigation has yet to establish with any confidence. The technician demonstrate that it isn't as total as Earthers believe, but there is no indication that it is as prevalent as, for example, among your people. "Or yours," Crick said. The Theronian nodded. "Fortunately, none of my people have claimed an Earther loved them, so that is a tension we have avoided." "Which brings us back," the Admiral said, "to if the Alpha Captain will be allowed to ferry the technician to his mother." The Tahonian faced Gagran. "What assurance can you give that you will not attack Earthers or take Earther property while performing those duties?" He looked to Queric, who nodded. He considered how to answer and settled on the most hunter answer he knew how to give. "I give my word before the gods that I will not bear claws unless claws are bared towards me or mine. I will forego any salvage claim that may come from such a conflict, and I will see it ended with the least amount of blood on the side of those who attack me or mine." The Earther leader wasn't happy with the promise, but the hand was still on his shoulder. There was no blood, but he knew firsthand how painful Tahunian claws could be without cutting skin. The argument between the two was heated, but not hurt. Everything he saw told Gregoron there was no acting. The leader didn't want to agree, and the shepherd would not let him refuse. This didn't support that it might be a trap, but he forced himself to remember Tahunians were crafty. And while the Earth government might not be behind those attempts to kidnap Jer, Earther with resources were. He didn't put it past the Tahunians to be playing a dangerous game, but that didn't matter. What did was the answer they'd give. It has been discussed. The Tahunian said, and the Earth leader has agreed to grant passage to the field leader and his ship across Earther territory for the purpose of reaching Earth, where he will safely see technician Jeremy Bradshaw to his mother, then return to the ship and leave their territory. Under protest, the Earther grumbled. The tone of the agreement, the Tahunian said, is irrelevant. And that concludes Chapter 79 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is available on Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hey, Cool Imp, welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? 45 stream streak. Congratulations. 3,000 words yesterday. Oh, congrats. Finished second week of university. Now he's at the Vampire House Party. Very cool. If I remember correctly, you are going for erotic with that story? Or at least risque? Like, you are not aiming for a general audience with this, if I remember correctly. Wait, what? Oh, there's 78. So January 17th comes 20th. It might end up there, adult. A vampire party is definitely a place where you can easily. Well, I mean, I say that, but it's readers might expect it. Vampire and sensuality, erotism are kind of tied at this point. And yeah, it didn't. It's still not taking. Every question takes him upstairs and has him rate her outfits. Cool. I was in part referring to the fact that the act of feeding by vampires is pretty much always associated with erotism. You don't know if they're going to be... Okay, cool. I guess your vampires are very well controlled. Alrighty, that is done. Alrighty, I will start another chapter by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I am on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time, and if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing Chapter 80 of The Technician's Fight. Zenny, the female behind the counter, yelled to the back when Jeremy entered the hold. The captain's heart's here. Well, his friend appeared, panting, before he reached the counter. Jer, what? Tell me you've heard something, he demanded. Months without information about his mother was driving him insane. Zen considered something, then sat on the counter, naked, spinning his leg around to face him. He reached back, stretching on it. Glanced at Jeremy, then sat, holding pants. You didn't comment or touch, so you are in a bad place. My mom's dying, he snapped. Could already be dead for all I know. How the fuck do you expect me to think about your cock right now? There's always my ass, if you think my cock's not good enough for the moment. He put the pants on and dropped off the counter. You haven't heard anything. That's why you're trying to distract me. I fucking trusted you to get me some kind of news about her. His friend leveled a gaze with enough seriousness in it that Jeremy couldn't continue. Maya, you're acting quartermaster until I come back. I need to have a talk with my friend. I don't want to talk, Jeremy grumbled as Zen took his arm. If you don't want to fuck, you're going to have to talk, or at least listen to me talk. Fine. Then give me your fucking excuse for why you didn't make this happen, he snorted. Like I'd use excuses. You don't understand just how difficult of a task you ask of me. You fucking got me real coffee beans. How is this more difficult? Coffee beans were already being smuggled out of the Earther territory because all of you drink this stuff. You're asking me to get news from one person on one planet in the, basically, center of a territory that hates our guts. Yeah, that is not the same thing. Heard of the god meddlings, it's basically impossible. I want to show up to the house with her already dead, Jeremy pleaded, terrified he'd be too late. She won't be. So fucking sure of yourself. You think fucking your namesake is going to make it happen? It never hurts, but this is a time when I don't have to count on him to make something happen, when I have the Earthers on my side. Jeremy glared. What the fuck does that mean? Zen rested his head on Jeremy's shoulder with a sigh. You told me yourself, Jer. This whole thing has to be a trap so they can get their hands on you again. Which works so long as I show up, which doesn't happen if she dies. The only way you finish the trip to Earth is if she's alive, which I'd have to learn about. Oh, you would. You're important enough. A lot of to a lot of people that if that happened, they'd make sure you'd know. Then how come you aren't able to get them to tell you how my mom is? He demanded. Because there's a difference between risking your government becoming aware of them so you don't go there for nothing and risking it to let you know nothing has changed. So much for your vaunted contacts. Zen snorted. My contacts are in my territory, not theirs. Through them I know people in every territory, even Earthers, but that doesn't mean it's easy to get information from any of them. The Earthers know the Earthers I know in the Federation aren't welcome in their home territory anymore, and Earthers don't allow anyone to leave it. So it's Halan speaking to Halan, asking for favors and waiting for news. That isn't a fast network when they have to sneak around. The way Growl talks about you lot, it should be easy. Your heart deals with the Halan mostly as problems. It aggravates specific perceptions of us. I'm one of them. When I speak with a contact, I see the difficulties getting things done they encounter, not simply the trouble that causes others. He grinned. You know, if causing trouble was what we did. Zen tapped the door control and motioned Jeremy in. Only once inside did Jeremy realize what he'd have noticed if he'd been paying attention to where they were going. He turned around and found Zen standing before the closed door. Door lock. The door lock read, I'm not doing this. He motioned to the slightly disorderly living room, with beddings on the floor and toys on tables and the couch. You need a distraction, Jer, and my apartment is the best place I can think of to do that. Get out of my way, Zen, he warned, or I will move you. His friend raised his hand and stepped away. Okay, suit yourself. He headed for the printer. You still drink scotch when stressed, right? Jeremy ignored the question, tapping the lock and getting a buzz and the red light flashing. You have got to be kidding me. Zen, what's the code? How would I know? Jeremy turned and glared. You locked it. The male sniffed one of the glasses and made a face before offering it to Jeremy. I hit randomize. Jeremy looked at the lock. That isn't a thing. It is when you know the right people. Not that complicated of a process, or so I'm told. I was eating her out the entire time she worked. Why would you do that? Zen snorted. I know you have no interest in females, but trust me when I tell you that listening to one as you're eating her out is among the most amazing thing to do. He smiled. Right after fucking her, or a male, which is right after being fucked myself. He offered the glass. You should take it. I certainly won't drink that. The lock. Why would you set the lock on your door to randomize? You mean other than ensuring one of my friends is in serious need of a distraction can't just run off and make himself miserable? How is your heart not pinning you to your bed right now? Because he knows what's important. If he isn't doing that, I'm going to have a talk with Grogran Salaravnir about the proper care of his lover. But that's going to be after I've made sure you are thoroughly distracted. How are you going to get out when that's done? Jimmy mocked, then shrugged, promised to suck off my namesake and hit buttons until the lock opens. Jimmy stared. There's no way that works. I am named for Zanila Aranjer, for luck incarnate. It's yet to take more than 24 taps. He sipped the other glass, which means you won't be able to open the door. So you might as well sit down and enjoy this this thing you call a drink. We aren't having sex. Of course we are. Zen, I'm serious. I'm not in the fucking mood. That's a mood I can easily get you into. He offered the drink again, with a last look at the lock, he crossed the room and grabbed the glass. Zen didn't let go. Look at me, Jer. Jeremy glared at him. His friend smirked. I know you're angry that the gods aren't meddling, so things happen the way you want to. But they have reasons for what they do or don't do. You have to trust that when this is over, things will have gone how you need them to go, even if it isn't how you wanted them to. So, your pep talk is just let things happen as they will and everything will be okay? That sucks. Hey, sucking is one of the things I do best. You want another demonstration? I told you, we aren't having sex. You're going to let go You going to let go, or was this just a ploy to get me away from the door? Don't down it. You told me scotch is made to be sipped and enjoyed. I am not in the mood to enjoy anything right now, which is why you need to do this. And you will, and with, you're with me. In no time, you'll be in a fucking mood that you'll enjoy. He grinned and let go. Jeremy almost drank it in one go just to spite his friend, but he remembered who Zen was. He couldn't put anything past him, even the glass not containing scotch. He glared as he took a sip, and the liquid burned down his throat. His sigh had more contentment than he was willing to admit. I knew you needed this, Zen said, heading to the living room. He took toys off the couch and placed them on the table with others before sitting and letting himself fall back. He then tucking his leg under him. Join me? We are not having sex. Okay. Jimmy rolled his eyes and joined his friend, almost spilling his drink in the process of losing his balance and falling back into the couch next to him. I hate how you make this look easy. I guess Gilsarians have grace to balance out the Earther's stamina. Jeremy carefully settled himself, then looked into his glass. The strain of sitting had drained some of his anger. I'm scared, he finally said. I understand that. I do. He added when Jeremy rolled his eyes. I mean, not in the exact way you feel it, because my mom isn't someone I'm going to miss when she gets taken out. But if I thought there'd be a time when I'm completely cut off from my clan, I don't know how I deal with it. This? Zen sipped his glass. This isn't me being cut off. It's me distancing myself from them so my mother will remember why she liked having me around. Didn't she leave you to die? She has another way of showing she cares, he grinned. It's because of how she was raised. You endure chaos far too much. Zen patted his leg. It's what my namesake loves about me. He didn't remove the hand. Zen, Jeremy said without force, looking at the hand. I'm not doing anything, Jer. He chuckled. His friend was doing plenty with just that. My mom, what you do here won't affect what happens to her. You'll see her. You are allowed not to think about her for a while. You have to live. The gods demand it. They don't want me to. Take it from me, Chair. My gods like you plenty. How do you know? He placed his free hand on Zen's. His friend laughed. Considering the length they went so you and Graal Salavnir would meet, then have to work together, so you'd have to overcome what the Earthers did to you, and you'd be able to recognize what you are to him? They wouldn't do that for someone they didn't like. After all this time, I figured they're outright in love with you. You're easy to love. Please tell me you aren't also falling in love with me. No danger of that. I love the sex we have, but there's no one I love more than my namesake. Jeremy squeezed the hand. So I'm allowed to enjoy myself even if my mom's... He couldn't finish. She hates what I am. I don't think she does. You heard what your brother said. She slapped one of those males for trying to get her to say something bad about you, even if it could have fixed her problem. A mother doesn't do that to a child she doesn't like. He grinned. You should hear the things my mother says about me. Then why did she let them do what they did to me? I don't know. You can ask her when you see her. Zen moved his hand, and Jeremy didn't let go. Then his friend rubbed his muzzle against his skin. I hate you. You know that, right? Jeremy said with a sigh. Do I now? Yes, I hate that you were right. He put his empty glass on the table, then leaned over his friend and rubbed his cheek against his muzzle. But I didn't do anything, Zen said innocently. You're so fucking sneaky, even you didn't notice. He ran a hand through the male's fur, the side, then back, tightening his arm as he pulled and let himself fall back, pulling his friend on top of him. So we're going to fuck now. Jeremy didn't exactly feel better leaving Zen place, but for a while he hadn't been able to worry, and he was happy for that. It had taken 16 taps for the door to unlock. There was something eerie about how Zen had been nonchalant the entire time. Like, he wasn't worried. Like, His claim it had yet to take more than 24 taps for the door to unlock hadn't been boasting. With anyone else, he'd be looking for a trick, but Zen was just too lucky to bother. And with that settled, he'd had trouble not thinking about his mother. Was she suffering? Yes, Zen was probably right. The government wouldn't let her die, at least not until their attempt to grab him had failed, and hopefully he'd have talked with her before that and made her see sense, but it didn't mean they had to see to it she didn't suffer. He didn't know how expensive pain suppressors were. He didn't know anything of how expensive medicine was because it wasn't something anyone paid for. You were sick, you went to see a doctor, they printed you what you needed, and you got better. How could a medicine be that expensive when all that was needed was to print it? He needed to think about something else before he fell into moroseness again. He considered a leisure alley, but as nice as the idea of sex as a distraction still was, with with males, he didn't. It hold. This is a place where I flipped phrasing to French structure. I didn't hold the same appeal with males he didn't know. As it had ended up holding with Zen, and he'd neglected his drafting table. He had project he could use to distract himself with. He entered his home and found himself shoved against the door. You should have told me, Grell said. The rest was cut off by the kiss, and he melted against his heart. Why didn't you tell me how worried you were, Jer? I shouldn't have had to hear about it from Zenial Her Talahan. I'm sorry. You're busy with the ship and all your attempts to get information from Earth. I've been stymied. I wasn't going to him to feel better. I was going to him to get answers I told him to get me. Well, it's Zen, so I really shouldn't be surprised it ended up being sex. Which worked to take your mind off your concerns. He nodded for a while. Growl smiled, a hand dropping along Jeremy's back. So you need to be distracted some more. But I can't. He stopped as his ass was squeezed. No, I'm not having Zinnia Hair Talahan be the only one distracting you with sex. You are my heart, my mate, my love. I'm going to make sure you wish you'd come to me first. Jeremy reached down, intent on pushing his heart's pants down, and encountered fur and an erection. Quite sure of yourself, aren't you? Growl smirked. Sure I can outdo that male. Jeremy grinned. How can you know? It's not like you've ever had sex with him. Growl snorted. With how many of the crews he's fucked, I've heard enough of his exploit to get the idea. And after I'm done with you, it's my exploit you'll be telling everyone about. Jeremy stroked. Then you'd better get started. I was with Zen for a few hours. And that concludes chapter 80 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it is up on a Ream Story. And if you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Hello, King Sky. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Hey, Angel. How are you doing today? Welcome to the stream. Great. You are legit the most consistent streamer writer you've seen on Twitch. Pretty inspiring. Thank you. I do this for a living, so I kind of have to be consistent. A little bit better. Your parents came to stay the night just in case. I am amused at how your phrasing makes it sound like you are feeling a little bit better in spite of your parents coming over instead of appreciating their assistance. You stumbled here quite some time ago, and you're very consistent. I have to, as I said, I have to be. Um, I I know. Well, I know why. I know it's because of the flu. What I'm saying is that a bit better, though my parents came to stay the night just in case. The though gives the impression that you are feeling better in spite of your parents. Well, again, like I got what you meant. It's just, well, I mean, I hope I got what you meant. It's just, it's amusing what phrasing can do. That's done. I need to go here. Um, it's always been something I've found interesting about the English language. It's very easy to inadvertently or on purpose change the meaning of what is being said. I mean, I suspect it's doable in every language. Um, but I notice it more in English because I had to learn English. I wasn't born in it. I don't notice it as much in French because I was born in the language. So I've never had to sit down and pay attention to how French works. It's just something I've always known. Really? Okay, I guess I'm going to have to wait. I'm guessing you guys are on maintenance. Um, Patreon will not let me upload PDFs through the third party app that I use to upload stuff. So I've gotten around by, I'll upload an image, go in there, remove the image, and fix everything there. At least the basic layout is done. And it seems that Tuesdays around 9 a.m. Eastern Time, they start doing maintenance because without fault, at some point in my morning of doing this, I can't upload anything anymore. And it just started, and it's a mix of amusing and annoying. I do not use AI. It is a conscious decision on my part. I refuse to use it to do. I refuse to purposely use AI. It's impossible not to use it. It's everywhere now, but I do not. Oh, I don't use it for anything. I will not use AI for anything if I can avoid it. And for me, avoiding means purposely staying away from why. Okay, my reason for not using it is how destructive to the environment it is. I know that being one person makes absolutely no difference on that level. But I refuse to support something that really does not add all that much that destroy the environment as much as it does. And even if it was actually as useful as the proponent wants us to believe that it is, I would probably still refuse to use it simply on the grounds of how destructive it is. If they manage to bypass us, like if they even, I'm not going to say if they try because, but if they manage to do something where they stop draining the power grid, they stop using people's drinking water, like if they clean up their act, I will start considering using it. The other aspect I don't like as a creative is how much of it is based on theft. When the industry of AI goes in front of the court and literally says, if we are forced to pay the artists that we stole from, we will go bankrupt. I think there's a problem. So my personal decision, like I will not say you have to stop. My personal decision is I will not touch AI if it's within my control. Hello, Jujelli. It's not a super expressive predictor. Even if one person makes a difference, it's about principle. Yeah, it's not the to not be exactly. Exactly, like, and I will not go on a soapbox and tell people never do this. Like, it's a personal decision. It's for each of us to decide where we stand on that, and I will not judge others for their own decisions. All right, so I am going to start another chapter of the Read and Correct. And since I've got new people here, while I'm doing the Read and Correct, I record them. So while it's happening, I will not acknowledge the chat. I will ignore it. I will address whatever is said there when I am done. So I am going to start this by confirming the microphone is on, turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I'm on the correct screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I'll see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another Reading and Correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube, actually. Is it on YouTube? Yes, it is on YouTube. For some reason, YouTube didn't work yesterday. And if you want to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today, we are doing chapter 81 of The Technician's Fight. I'm coming with you, Jer said, expression hard. No. Gagaran was again surprised at how expressive his heart's face was. The realization had been subtle, learning to read his expression even without ears or fur to bristle. The tightening of the corner of the eyes, the thinning of the lip, details few of the Earther movie had demonstrated. They're going to be ordering how I'm going to have to act down there. I am fucking going to be there to tell them to go fuck themselves. He knew Jer read him as easily, and he didn't bother controlling the amused flick of his ears. That's exactly why you aren't going to be part of that conversation. But this wasn't about amusement, so he had to steal them, become the alpha. You need to trust me, Hunter. You need to trust your alpha, or this can't work. I will see to your safety, to ensuring the Earthers can't keep you from seeing your mother, or make it so you will be vulnerable to their ploy. Sure. Okay, I will see to your safety, to ensuring the Earthers can't keep you from seeing your mother, or make it so you will be vulnerable to the ploy. Yeah, I'll fix it in second enough, I think. Just snorted. I can't wait for them to try something. I'm going to control yourself, Hunter. You aren't going on this hunt if you can't control yourself. I know how you feel. I don't blame you, but you must be the hunter I saw you be. You have been trained, you have been tested. The gods wouldn't put this before you if you were not capable of handling it. Tell me you can. His heart didn't immediately reply, and he was glad for it. Jer could be impulsive and emotional, but while he didn't have their ease at compartmentalizing, he could exert control when he let himself. I am a hunter, he said. I die, so others live. Not today. Not for a very long time. Still wish I was on the bridge, if only to watch you tell them to go fuck themselves. Gurgran smiled. I plan on avoiding such language. Tom doesn't think it's conducive to negotiations. This isn't going to be a negotiation, Alpha. They're going to dictate what happens. They'll try. They'll learn that Gurgran Hafnir isn't dictated to. He rubbed his muzzle against his cheek. Now, go join your pack. We will leave for Unity Station as soon as the term of your visit have been negotiated. Be careful, Jer said before leaving. Gurgran checked that his battle uniform was proper, then headed to the bridge. To the bridge. It would be marred at the first conflict, but he wanted to make the right impression when speaking to the Earther representative. Gurgran entered. Status: our escort's still with us. The Beta stepped out of the center. 3 Earther battle cruisers had been waiting for them as they reached the edge of the Earther's own solar system, each 3 times the size of the Bane, with enough power to obliterate them. He couldn't decide if it was a reaction to how much they feared him or an attempt at intimidation. He hadn't cared. He'd continued on his course, and he continued on his course, and they had fallen into formation. We're at null momentum, the pilot said, 500,000 kilometers from the planet they call Earth. On the screen, the planet was a large ball of blue and browns and white clouds. At the edge of the night sky, the lights of cities were visible. As with any planet on which gods had put life, he thought it was beautiful. He wished these weren't the circumstances that brought him here. He would have liked to visit it. You know what? I'm going to add a color here. He looked at comms. Still no contact, the hunter said. Someone's playing hard to get. Pilot, he warned his friend. Sorry, Captain. Contact Unity Station. Establishing contact, made, waiting for acknowledgement. The silence stretched, and Tom looked at him over his shoulder, ears canted in, see what I mean? An Earther appeared on the screen, looked surprised. What the fuck? The station terminated the communication. Captain? The pilot asked before Gurgran had the hunter re-establish the communication. Yes, pilot. A word of warning, as someone who's seen a lot of politicking, that was on purpose. They're going to be extremely difficult to deal with until someone on your side arrives. You think the Earthers would do the same as our politicians would? I've reviewed every political interaction the Earthers engaged in. They are enough like us on that level. I'm willing to bet staying out of your bed for a month if I'm wrong. Just don't bother getting angry. It's all an act. I'm not taking that bet, whatever they do. I enjoy your company too much. Comms, establish this. Contact the station. Let things happen as they will. Establishing contact. Waiting for acknowledgement. Again, it took time before the same Earther appeared on the screen. Male. No face fur. He looked off screen. Whoever's doing this, the bandwidth isn't for these kinds of pranks. The screen went blank again. They have scanned us, the hunter at sensors said. As the pilot said, this is their game. Let them exhaust themselves. 3 more times the connection ended as it was accepted, the male looking more annoyed each time. Then the male looked at him with a sigh. Look, this isn't funny. So you know I'm already having the comm trace. You are in big trouble for hacking into military comms for whatever this is. I am Alpha Gralgaran Salaravnir, he said in Earther. I am here under family law to escort one of my hunters to his mother. The male stared, then clapped. Okay, wow. I gotta say, I'm impressed. I mean, how much did you pay for these models? Look very real. Look pretty real. Only problem is that there's no way the cats speak English, and even less they have family on Earth. Look, just end the comms right now, and I'll cancel the trace on the strength of your dedication to the bit. I'd like to speak to your superior. He recalled the Earther term. Yeah, not happening. I give you a chance. Don't come complaining when the fines hit. The screen went blank. Okay, Tom said. I'm impressed with his acting skill. He might not be acting, the bridge beta said. The easiest way to do this is for the crew on the bridge not to have no idea. The crew on the bridge have no idea where. We're here. Or we aren't contacting their command center. Gregran said, go, he told the comm hunter. The code's the same as we have on file from Einstein Station, she said. I can hack into their system and make sure they reach their command center. No, they can't refuse us. Their shepherds made it clear they consider the Earther acknowledging family law a condition to their continued support. So all they can do is be incompetent and hope we give up, Tom said. Which we won't. I promised my heart he will see his mother. Contact them again. The male glared. I don't have the time for this. I have work to do. There are ships out there who actually need to be directed. Get off this comm. He glared some more. I am Alpha Gralgaran Salaravnir. I am here under family law to escort one of my hunters to his mother. Look, it's not working. The trace is going to be done soon, and each time you do this, the fine just goes higher. If you keep at it, this is going to become an obstruction to transit, and that comes with prison time. Just stop. No. What? No. I am here under family law. I have a duty to my hunter. I will see it through. Cats don't speak. We do. We have mentalists who can and have taught us. The male worriedly looked off screen and spoke, but the words didn't carry. A female joined him, and the male motioned to the screen as he spoke, and she looked puzzled. She left, and Gergen hoped this would advance. And Gergen's hope this would advance left with her. The image shifted to her, seated. Okay, who the fuck are you? You can address me as Alpha Gralgaran Sel El Ravnir, he replied. How may I address you? She considered him. You can call me Commander Elizabeth Sinclair. Now, what is this about? Because you're disrupting the comms. I am here under family. Yeah, Barry told me your spiel. Problem is that we barred the cats from our space. So I don't buy this. And if you somehow were cats, this would be an act of war. Or it's a respect of family law as enforced by your shepherd. What are you talking about? Your people is being shepherded into the Federation by the Tahunians. We have contacted your leaders and made the case for my hunter to be allowed to see his dying mother under family law, which your shepherd acknowledged and had your leader agree to. You expect to believe that we'd let the lizard boss us around after we finally got rid of you? Nice try. I'm done with this. I'm declaring this transmission a pirate broadcast, and you can... Belay that, a female off-screen said. She looked. Who the fuck are you? She stood. How dare you barge onto my command and... I am Wilma Strange, the female said. These are my credentials. Now, Commander, I advise you watch what you say next. Whatever was said was too soft. The female who sat was older, gray hair pulled back. She was dressed in what Gugran knew to be a business suit from the movies. It was dark blue. Her stance was that of someone with power. I am really sorry about that. Your comm was supposed to have been ID'd and directed to my office, but there must have been a glitch. Let me assure you that if not for that, you wouldn't have had to deal with this difficulty. Now, my understanding is that you, Graal, have... It's Alpha Gralgaran Ravnir. We don't need to deal with titles, do we? I'm Wilmar Strange. How lenient should he be? He wanted to glance at Tom for an indication of what he should do here, but he needed this to proceed. Progress. Now proceed. You can address me as Gralgaran Selaravnir. How about you call me Wilma and I... No. He said nothing in her... He saw nothing in her expression that told him this was a trick, but just like he could control his ears, Earthers could train to control their expressions. If she was supposed to deal with him, she would have done her research or had someone do it and tell her about his people. So this was a trick. Had to be. I'm just trying to be friendly, she said, and I will insist on being addressed by my full name. I will afford you the same respect. All right, if you prefer. Now, I understand that you... What came out of her mouth was the most mangled version of his name he'd ever heard. Even Jer hadn't destroyed it so badly when he tried it. She coughed. There was motion in his peripheral vision, but he didn't look away from her. The bridge beta left his side. You have to forgive me. Kasarin's name aren't made for human throat. Don't give in. Appeared on the screen next to her. Ploy. I am sorry it is problematic. Shall we continue? I suppose we should. You have a human, Kelsarian. No, there are no Kelsarians with family on Earth, so he's human. Ploy. He is Kelsarians. He needed more. He needed to know what the ploy was to avoid stepping into it. Next time he was giving Tom the authority to talk to him directly at all time. He might be Kelsarian by adoption, but you have to acknowledge he was human before that. Don't agree to anything about Jer being human. It's your voice. They won't have to rearrange anything to make it sound like you're saying he's one of them instead of one of us. Why did politics have to get into everything he did? An argument wouldn't help, but did he have that had a chance of resolving this? We see things differently. Regardless of where he came from, he is Kelsarian. He just happens to have an Earther mother. I see. Hopefully her disappointment meant he'd said the right thing. And this human is Jeremy Bradshaw. The Kelsarian's name is Hunter Jeremy Bradshaw. She read something. There's nothing in his file about his name having been changed. Earth customs don't apply to Kelsarians, he replied. If you wish to shorten his name, you'll have to discuss that with him. I don't think that'll be necessary, she said with clear disdain. He is to go to his destination and return. Yes. All right, that's agreeable. She replied too quickly. He'd made a mistake. We will have an escort for this Jeremy Bradshaw to take him. No. She looked surprised. Are you not letting him see the woman? Hunter Jeremy Bradshaw will be escorted by me and his pack. Absolutely not, she replied with a chuckle. We can't have a group of aliens wander around Earth. Who knows what they'll do? She looked startled. No offense meant, of course. He had no idea what that was about, so he ignored it. I can't allow it. The agreement is that the man gets to see the woman and gets back to his ship. The wording is that you will see Jer to his mother, not the station. Again, he was grateful for his friend's mind. Your government agreed to let me see him safely to his mother. He remembered that extra detail. That wasn't what we meant. The wording of the agreement is what matters under Federation law. Come on, get back here. Under Federation law, I will wait until you verify them if needed, but I will see him safely to his mother. That means I and his pack will accompany him. We are quite capable of seeing to his safety, she stated, and Gordon hoped she didn't hear Tom's snort. That is not the wording of the agreement. I and his pack. I'm not agreeing to 9 Calcarians setting foot on my planet. You want to come? That's fine. No one else. Negotiate. Not acceptable. Hunter Jeremy Bradshaw has been attacked multiple times by Earthers, some who have connections to this planet. I will not risk him with less than me and 6 of his pack. I've read about you, Hunters. That's enough people to decimate the port. You and one other. That should be plenty to keep him safe from imaginary threats. Your information isn't accurate. We are not what ballads make us to be. We have hunters. We are hunters and nothing more. I will agree to me and 4 others. No, you and 2, nothing more and nothing else. Me and 3. And I will remind you that you are under obligations to see family law is respected. It will be your shepherds who decide which of us is being unreasonable, and I am agreeing to having less than half his pack with him. Her control slipped enough he saw her displeasure. She opened her mouth, but looked to the side. She looked less pleased. Fine. You and 3 more. No weapons. No guns. Agreed. And no blades either. How to word this? None of us shall carry bladed instruments. She searched his image. He probably hadn't been as subtle as he could, but if she realized what he'd done, he could always claim she couldn't ask for them to be declawed. Joe would have to go without his gloves then, but the rest of them would be there. Agreed. Your shuttle is approved for Dock 18. If your ship moves from where it is, it will be considered a declaration of war and destroyed. The screen turned blank. Tom rushed to the door. No. Ral, no. You need a pilot. I can pilot a shuttle for something like this. Ral, if you come, you will have to remain on the shuttle. Even if I leave hunters with you, that's a risk I will not take. I'd rather have them find an empty shuttle than you and risk them blowing it up. I'm sorry, Tom. You are staying on the Bane. He looked at the Beta. You have the bridge. The ship isn't to move from this spot until I give you the correct code. Then you come in with weapons manned. Plan for if the shuttle returns without the proper code, let them dock, capture the Earthers, and then we'll arrange for our own transportation. You did well, Tom reluctantly stated once they left the bridge. You're on shift, Tom. Fuck you. You're going in the enemy's maw, and you're forcing me to stay behind. The captain can remove me from my post for all I care. I'm sorry. If the risk weren't so high, you really think they'd try something? No. But I'm not taking the chance I'm wrong. We are in their territory. There's no telling if the gods can meddle here. They don't have any. Ours will be fine. Gargan wished he was that confident. There has been a change, he announced as Jair's pact formed. The Earthers refused to allow the full pack. They can't do that, one of them said. Rank, the Beta snapped. Respected on the ship. Apologies, Alpha. Maybe a Thuric Salminial would hold a pack that didn't cause as much problem. They agreed to 3 of you, but no weapons. That is Hunter Jeremy Bradshaw's Beta plus 2 more. Beta, select them. I'm going, a female said. You're the Alpha, the Beta replied. No weapons. That means you can't bring any of your guns, Trosser. So, when the attack comes, they'll have guns and I'll borrow one of theirs. The male snickered. Borrow. Sure, borrow. Like you'll ever give it back. All right. Trosser, you're with us. He considered the others. Jermir, the rest, live. We will return, and I will expect you to remind us to live. Yes, Beta. The mare Jael hugged was big. Gargran remembered him simply by the size and the golden fur, but he hadn't interacted. But they they hadn't interacted before. This is simpler. Alpha, the male said, I have a question. Ask it. He raised a hand and unsheathed his claws. Those are weapons. The Earthers only agreed to restrict bladed instrument. Jer, make sure yours remain sheathed unless we are attacked. They can't claim ours are instrument. Yours could be argued. I don't want you declawed if we can avoid it. Yes, Alpha. Who are we getting as a pilot? The Beta asked. Me. You're a pilot? I have the courses and I passed the test. When? The Beta asked suspiciously. Sometime before your namesake made the world. He shrugged. Things can't have changed that much since then. And that concludes chapter 81 of The Technician's Fight. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read this story, it's available on the Ream Story. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. You like how I write my dialogue? Thank you very much. Dialogue is something I very much enjoy writing. The back and forth of people. I love writing arguments. When people stop listening to each other and they're just trying to make their point. But yeah, I quite enjoy dialogue. All right. Right. Oh, let's see if that gets deleted. And let's see if that will post this time. While I do that, I'm going to do this one. Just listening to the back and forth between the alpha and the human woman, trying to somehow find a middle ground, even though both of them don't quite want to back off. I know actually about the other. And, background context that I kept in mind during all that is that she's trying to screw Grogram over. Her job is to make it as difficult for Grogram to do his. Oh, cool. You posted successfully. Very nice. Maybe this means I'm not going to be dealing with this for too long. Okay, so this has become 24th. All right, so I go here. Well, this is book 2 in a series. So this specific book sort of continues the problem Jer and Growl started having with the previous one. Basically, the humans do not want to let Jeremy go. Basically, the very general gist of it is that the humans claim that there's no such thing as homosexuality among them. That everyone is straight. And it's revealed that they are using very questionable techniques to ensure that everyone is straight. And when Jeremy started being attracted to Gralguran, he has physical reaction to that. He doesn't understand he's getting attracted, and he fights to that. They get together, and because of tradition, Jeremy joins Gralguran's crew, and then there's attempt at kidnapping to get him back, and Jeremy being pushed ever further away from the humans, you know, as a consequence. And with this book, you know, he starts becoming, you know, a soldier, a hunter among Kelsarians. Like he gets the training, and he starts, you know, putting his foot down as to what he'll allow to be done to him by other people. Um, and it culminates with his mother no longer receiving medical care. So his brother contacts Jeremy, you know, pissed, accusing Jeremy of being the reason why their mother's dying. So Jeremy has to go see her. They all know it's a trap. But Jeremy's gonna go anyway, and Gargaron's gonna make damn sure his heart, his lover, his mate is not left unprotected. And basically this is where we are at. They are leaving the ship to head to Earth. The next, I do my best to flip point of view between Gargaron and Jeremy. And the next point of view and the next few point of views are going to be Jeremy. It's too personal to him for me to be able to do anything. In what I will often try to do when I'm in a situation where where everything has to be about one character when through multiple chapters, I will look for ways to have something happen between them with the other character. I can often manage that, especially when they travel through space, because I've established that space travel is not instantaneous. It is faster than light, but not, quick. Like going from Earth to the edge of the solar system is a couple of hours. So that gives you a sense of how long it might take to cross a part of the galaxy. So, there, I think we're looking at almost a year for them from the moment Jeremy finds out his mother's dying to him reaching Earth, which caused a logistical problem on my part. Because in the outline, I hadn't worked out how fast ship traveled, and there was this implication that it was going to be kind of instantaneous. And I changed that when I started writing the story. And then I go, okay, so she's dying for a full year. Yeah, how credible is that? If she's not receiving medical care. And this is where all the comments about, the government's not going to let her die. They're just not going to let her get healthy. Come. So that, to explain how she's still alive. And I don't know if you were there for the previous Jeremy chapter, but it's also there why there's one of the Jeremy's concern is how much is she suffering through all of that, because the government's not going to let her die, but that doesn't mean they're going to make it easy on her. And the reason the government's doing that to her is to get him there, but also because she will not denounce her son. I will be right back. And the conversation between Jeremy and his mother will resolve a question he's had from not the beginning, because he didn't know it was a problem, but from the moment he realized what was that he was brainwashed as a teenager. And he's always wondered, how the hell did my mom allow that to happen? So so that will get resolved. All right, so that ends that for Technician's Fight. We will move on to Harker. Um, there we go. Yeah. I, I don't know why I came up with the name for a character called Monkey Wrench in a super powered setting. So at some point I'm going to have to sit down and create the character. But right now, August. All right. Let's the right image. There we go. Alrighty, so I will start another chapter. By confirming microphone is on. Turning off desktop audio. I will confirm I am on the right screen. I have the correct image up. I am starting the recording, and I will see you all on the other side. Welcome back to another reading and correcting with me, Kindar, the Tiger Writes, and Ty, the Tiger Supervisor. These are where I read a chapter from one of my stories and correct it as I go. If you want to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. And if you are looking to support me, that is on my Patreon. Today we are doing the August 27 chapter for the Oars. Albert liked how green the campus was. He couldn't wait for fall to arrive and the leaves to turn. Even now, the shades of green on display made him itch to pull his sketchpad and draw them. He forced his attention back to the crowd as they started moving again. He looked around, trying to get a sense of what that building had been about. The campus was just too beautiful to ignore. It was a social building. The guy next to him said, eating places, a few social gathering rooms, and a small library connected to the University Central one. You mean books? Albert was surprised. The guy laughed. I'm not sure what else a library would have. I mean, paper books. That's a significant investment when they're all online. I figured they have an arrangement with the state's library system. That's how it is back home. Where's home? I'm from San Francisco. That explained his jacket. Minneapolis, he offered his end. Victor Hertz. He shook it. Albert Orr. What brought you all the way down here? Oh, the plan was getting away from my father. Albert cut off his immediate reply. Not everyone had the loving relationship with their parents his family had. Still, why? He asked cautiously. Victor laughed. Nothing like you're imagining. Love my dad, but he can be overbearing and obsessive about my studies a little too much. Very intense and way too much energy for anyone's good but my mom. Albert snickered. He had no trouble understanding what that meant. How many siblings? Victor chuckled. Just 3, but I expect that's going to change the next time those 2 are together. Again, he bit back his immediate reply. Okay. You said the plan was to get away. That implies it didn't work. Nope. My dad teaches physics here. He followed you here? No, this is independent plans aligning. Neither of us knew we were coming here. My mom knew about my plans, but she didn't tell him because he'd already been offered the position. He was going to turn it down because he didn't want to be away from her and my siblings and me when he expected I'd go to the university there, but she got him to hold off. Hold off, hold out, hold off. Hold off on the decision until I told my family I'd been accepted. So he followed you here. Victor shrugged. But not to oversee my studies. While there is science in archaeology, it's more a bit of chemistry than full on physics. So he can't be overly involved. And it's a great opportunity for him too. Brand new school, state of the art equipment, and with a serious mandate to look after their student well being as part of their education. That's I didn't know all that. And I read the documentation. My dad researched everything and made sure I knew he understood how good of a decisions I'd made by telling me all the positive Harkers offered. How about the negatives? The only one that matters to us is how far we are from our family and the chaos it's going to be when they visit. You don't know my brothers and sister. Do not let her start on all the guys she slept with. Why? You don't think I can compete with stories of all the guys I've slept with? Victor burst out laughing, and people looked at him. Oh, she's going to love you. Albert grinned. Too bad for her. I'm 100% gay. Good thing my brother's so young. My mom would try to hook you up with him. How young? 13. And if you tell me that's not all that young, I'm going to warn you not to try anything with my brother. What if he tries it first? Thomas? Making the first move? He snorted. I have no idea who he gets it from. He is so shy when it comes to guys, he has to be adopted. Judith already has a string of boyfriends had already had the string of boyfriend by that age. What about you? Albert asked. You implied your brother is the exception. That means you've played around. I did, but I have an agreement with my girlfriend that I don't talk about that part of my life. I'm hers and hers alone. Who I've been with before is irrelevant. Albert kept his opinion about her behavior to himself. What about you, Albert? What brings you all the way here? Art restoration. That's isn't there closer to home that teaches that? Yes, but like you said, state of the art equipment. And one of our brothers here for the science course, and another studying at the Pittsburgh Medical University. We all agreed to come here and stick together. How many siblings? 6 brothers. And you're all here? Same dorm, I'm guessing. Same house. Not far from the campus. We're really close. I can tell. I miss my family, but I'm also happy to be away from the chaos that is Judith and her boyfriend, Thomas, popping all over the place in the house, and Roland always getting underfoot. We get on each other's nerve every so often, but that's what soundproof bedrooms are for. And them not having to listen to you having sex? Paper thin wall in my house, and my parents are vocal, as is Judith. I slept with my girlfriends any chance I got, as much for the quiet as for spending time with her. She here? No, she's studying engineering at Washington State U. That must suck. I'll see her at Thanksgiving, and I send her messages so she knows I'm thinking about her. We call regularly. But you have to go without, right? Victor chuckled. That's what having a girlfriend means. I couldn't do it. I don't think there's one guy out there that could keep up with me. We're not all made for monogamous relationship. You know where you stand, so that puts you ahead of a lot of people who spend their lifetimes in a relationship they thought they wanted. I'm going to have a harem if I have any kind of relationship. Victor laughed and motioned ahead. I want to listen to what she has to say. This is the archaeology building. Albert hurried to put the earpiece in and bring up the school's app, then the group he was part of. Amanda Carter. For those of you aiming for applied archaeology, you can expect to be in my class. For everyone else, I teach the application and method relating to field work and how to maintain the integrity of sites. But right now, I am your guide through the Tracer Harker archaeology, to the archaeology and anthropology building, where you can. Yes, miss? Someone in the front said something Albert couldn't make out. Yes, Professor Harker will be teaching. This year he will handle ethic of archaeology in respect of the nations the archaeologist works within. The same person asked something else. No, it's not hypocrisy that Professor Harker teaches that. His own misdeed in his early career that led to many of the artifacts being taken away from their nations are what led him to form the Alliance for Repatriation of Artifacts, and why he's such a supporter of respecting the nations that hold so much of the world's history. That is why this university teaches archaeology. It is the professor's hope that you will learn to respect before you start working and not have to endure the legal hurdles that led to his education. No. Before you ask another question, I suggest you do your research. That will be a large part of what you learn in archaeology. Archaeology starts in the books before you go to the field. Those of you, like this young lady, who are lacking in that department don't have to worry. We have an intense research curriculum as part of this course. Now, if you'll follow me, I will give you a tour of the laboratories you might practice in. Welcome, one and all, to the Einstein Science Building. The man at the top of the stair greeted them after the guide had stepped aside. You are going to love it here! As far as Arthur was concerned, the man was far too enthusiastic. He bubbled with the stuff. My name is Eric Hertz, and I teach physics. You have no idea how much it enthuses me to see all of you here interested in science. Enthuses? Really? Was he trying to alienate himself from the students? Now, I want you to know up front that while I teach physics, I don't want any of you to hesitate to come to me with any questions. If you have a problem and you can't find someone to help, I will be there. I can't promise you to have the answers on the spot, he grinned, but I will promise you that I won't sleep until I've found them. He looked the crowd over, and that had been a joke of some sort. Arthur already dreaded his physics course because of how basic they were going to be. He typed in his phone, and he hoped they weren't with this guy. Now, follow me, and if you have questions, please send them to me through the school app. It's the harkerproject.com for those of you who aren't already in. If you haven't logged in yet, it's your student ID for both login and password. Please change the password as soon as you are in. Online security is important, and it starts with you. Now, I already have a question from Mr. Orr. Yes, the goal is to be as adaptive as possible. No two students is the same, and with Armstrong as well as Raytheon Industries providing the equipment, we expect to be able to meet the demand of any student will have. The man searched the crowd, then stepped on Arthur. If you have any concern with your classes, please come to me. My goal is to make sure you have the best experience learning about the wonders that is the sciences, and I don't want to see you, he looked at the crowd, any of you. Okay, that needs to, I don't want to see you. I don't want you. You looked at the crowd. Any of you to feel like it isn't wonderful. Arthur was impressed not only that he had taken the time to look for him, but had known who he was. He figured his student information had come up with this question, but for him to take the time to single him out, the man might not be as fake as he seemed. Professor Hertz glanced at his phone and chuckled. Yes, Miss Matthews, I expect that having big industry provide the equipment comes across as Harker being nothing more than a breeding ground they'll pluck from. But I want to assure you that those donations come without strings attached. The most you'll see about them is the thank you plaque on the equipment they provided, other than your fourth-year job fair. Of course, he almost turned, but looked at the crowd, stopping to Arthur's left. You will still be with us in 4 years, won't you, Miss Matthews? I expect great things from you. He smiled at the crowd. From all of you. He turned. Now, follow me. Arthur sighed, fighting the smile. The professor's enthusiasm was going to be insufferable. A quick tapping of his phone had him in Harker's server, then the student course assignment, where he changed his physics courses and lab to have Professor Hertz. It would be nice to see how true to his word the professor was, and how in line with him the school would be if he was honest about wanting to provide each student with as close to an individual class as possible. The school already has an arrangement with Pittsburgh police to provide ride-alongs, as well as day in the field. Later this year, the man standing before the brick building said, you can also expect to have officers participating in some of the classes. Oh, joy, Alex muttered, like he had already had enough of all the ways in which the police was great. Not the kind of enthusiasm I'd expect for someone in the group of students hoping to work with the police, his neighbor said. Alex looked at him, ready to explain all the calls he'd gotten to join the police department in San Francisco. No questions asked, just on the basis of his power. But fortunately, the guy's look stole his voice. About his height, skin slightly darker than tanned, short, straight black hair with a hint of some other ethnicity in his feature that made Alex lick his lips. What? The guy asked, amused. You're fucking hot. Thanks, you're hot too. Alex looked around. With that response, there had to be a dark corner he could convince the guy to accompany him for some good times. So, why the attitude? The guy asked. Or are you anti-police zealot here to cause trouble? Really? They'd both acknowledged the other one was hot, and that was what he wanted? Wanted? With a body like that and that package, Alex just wanted him. Earth to strange guy. You're in there or lost in my pants? Your pants. Alex shook himself. Sorry. Hey, don't be sorry. I'm confident you'd be fun in them. You or me and yours, but we are in the middle of a tour and our conversation is attracting strange looks. Alex looked around, this time focusing on the people who were looking at the two of them oddly. You don't seem that bothered at being stared at, Alex said. Neither do you. He shrugged. Kind of get off on it, actually. The guy stared at him and seemed to have trouble finding words. Attention seeker? No, but people are going to look no matter what I do, so I might as well get off on it. You're either trying too hard or you might be a danger to be around. Alex smirked. Get closer and find out. Why aren't you bothered by them? I learned to ignore the stares back home. Not exactly Caucasian or Latino, so people stare. That sucks. Where's home? The Barrows. That's in San Francisco. Alex stared. I'm from Cisco too. What side? The guy looked him up and down critically. That explains the clothes. You're moneyed. Well, I've never said it or heard it said quite that way, but yeah, my family's wealthy. But I take it yours isn't. We get by. Can I help? The guy leveled his gaze on him. Oh, okay. I'm going to set something straight right off the bat because we both think the other's hot, and I don't want this to become something else. I'm not a charity case. I don't need your money or your pity. If you aren't going to be able to see past the pity to the hot guy you clearly want to fuck, I'm going to head off there. Get over there. I'm going to head over there. Alex grabbed his arm. No, don't. Look, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to come across as condescending. He closed his mouth at the guy's raised eyebrow. You've been seen as a pity case often, haven't you? He shrugged. I'm from the bricks originally. You don't get more pity case than that. Had to take the help, too. Doesn't mean we liked it or didn't do everything we could to pay it back. We don't need it anymore. Like I said, we get by. And are we going to be good? Are we going to be good? Am I going to be a guy or a charity case to you? Oh, you're definitely a guy. Good. I'm Patrick. Please don't shorten it. He offered his hand. He shook it. Alexander. I'm fine with Alex. Pleasure to meet you, Alex. Not yet, he replied, licking his lips. Oh, you are going to be trouble, aren't you? I'm the fun kind of trouble. All this still doesn't answer your mumbling. If you don't like the police, why are you here? It's not that I don't like them. It's that I've listened to too many of their "we are great guys" speech when I see the reality each time I turn on the news. Ah, looking to fix things from the inside then. I doubt that's something that can be fixed by one person working forensics. I'm in forensic too. I mean for ballistic science. You a shooter? He asked hopefully. Hopeful. Colby was one, but Alex had yet to come across anyone else who enjoyed shooting, and he wanted a group to go to the range with. Never held one. Not something I wanted to be caught with in my old neighborhoods, no matter how often someone tried to put one in my hands. They're not. He stopped at the look. Maybe not for you. I don't have the money to make the problems a gun can cause go away, so I stay away from them. My fist I've always been enough if it comes down to it. Yeah, so you're a scrapper. That works. I'm going to have to introduce you to my brother. He enjoys a good fight. I don't enjoy them. I just make sure I win them when I can't avoid one. Sorry, he's my example of what someone strong's like. Shouldn't assume you'd be like him. Assuming is never a good idea. Is it insensitive to ask how you're attending Harker if you're just getting by? Me and my sister got a scholarship. She's studying computer. Really smart. You considered something. If you can vouch for your brother being a gentleman, I can introduce her to him. She's attractive and could use a guy who sees her as more than a breast and, you know. Well, we have two problems with that. Aaron's no gentleman, and he's as gay as I am. Part of why I figured introducing you to him would be a good idea. Patrick smirked. Going to pass me around? I think there's enough of you to share around with all my brothers. All of them? How many are we talking about here? 6? Patrick stared. All gay? Yep. What happened? Your parents wanted to make sure there would be no grandkids? Alex laughed. Oh, the dads are getting grandkids. It's a tradition. We'll work out who after we've graduated. What do you say? I say nothing until I've met them. That can be arranged. We're meeting after the tour, heading to the auditorium as a family. That sounds nice and public. So should be safe from being molested. Alex leaned closer and whispered, I thought you wanted to be molested. Not in public, Patrick replied without looking at him. He leaned close to the ear, whispering, What in public is the best? Patrick swallowed and Alex stepped away, grinning. Tell me your brothers aren't as bad as you are. Oh, no worries there. I'm the good brother. Patrick groaned. The tour impressed Alex. The equipment was top-notch, the gun range large, with a catalog of guns that went beyond what the police used, so they could get familiar with yeah, okay, with the kind of guns they might be confronted with. Someone asked about the use of parahuman in the police and if that was going to render ordinary folks obsolete, and the guide explained the laws preventing parahumans from serving with the police. I'm going to change the wording. Serving in any position that's within the law or military. The wording worried Alex since forensics was within law enforcement. If that meant he'd be kicked out if he was found out, there went his backup plan. After the tour, he headed for the agreed-upon meeting place, but hopes of introducing Patrick to the others vanished when he excused himself to go help his sister. Who's your friend? Art asked, looking where Patrick had vanished. Someone I'll introduce later. He studies forensics as well. How horrible is studying here going to be for you? Art sighed. Not as bad as I thought. There's at least one teacher who seems interested in making sure we all learn, even those of us who dwarf their intellect. Then I hope you're lucky enough to get him. His brother snorted. Like I'd leave that till chance. Already made sure he's my teacher for both physics class and lab. Hi, guys! Aaron greeted them. How was your tour? It was good. Alex made a friend. Really? How? Very funny, you two, Alex replied. You're both going to like him. He's gay and thinks I'm hot. Yeah, that already making me question the wisdom of meeting him, Aaron said, and Art doesn't like anyone. That's a lie, his brother said. I like you, somehow, so I can like other people. He looked nice enough from what I saw. What did you see? Albert asked, joining them. His ass, Art replied. Quite nice. Who's that? Art, that's Victor. Victor, the blunt, short guy, is my brother Arthur. I'm taken, Victor said, so you can all stop with the looks. It's okay, Aiden said, arriving. I'm willing to share you with him. Her, Victor said, smiling. Ah, that could be a problem. Told you she'd shield you, Albert said. I'm curious, are you always this blunt about being interested in a guy? How else is he going to know? Aaron asked. What if he takes offense? Then he walks off, and I'm better off for it. What if he doesn't walk off and decides on violence? Aaron shrugged. I can take a punch, and if it makes him feel better, good for him. He just gets one though. If he doesn't walk away after that, I will show him who's the better fighter. Anyone knows where Adam is? Alex asked. I haven't seen him the entire tour. Have you tried China? Aaron replied, taking out his phone. Victor snickered. He's that much of a wanderer? You have no idea, Aiden said. You stop looking and it's like he teleports away. Victor covered his snickering with a hand. What's so funny? Art asked. He shook his head. Nothing. Then how about we forget about Adam? He'll show up when he's ready. I want to get to the auditorium early so I can see how it's laid out and pick a spot I'm not going to have to stand to see anything. You can always watch the speeches from your phone. I'm going to have I have to do that. There's no point in me going. I can watch it from my lab. We said we'd do this as a family, so I'm going and I'm sitting somewhere I can see what's going on. I'll hoist you on my shoulders if it helps, Aaron said, and I'm shaving you bald while I'm up there if you do. Canticarus, that brother of yours. I'll snort. This is me in a good mood. And that concludes the August 27th chapter for the oars. If you are enjoying this, please leave a like. If you want to know when the next chapter will be up, subscribe and hit the bell. If you want to read the story, it's on Patreon and my website. And if you are looking to listen to these live, it's every Tuesday morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time on Twitch and YouTube. Links are in the notes, and with that, I shall wish you a good day. Oh, right, wrong format. That's why. And actually, that is also the wrong layout for this. There we go. January 18th becomes 25th. I will be right back. And I think I forgot to do. Yeah, I forgot that. That is why I need to double check everything. Cannot trust my ADHD brain to stick with the program. All right, that's done. Let's double check Harker. And holy cow, when's the last? Yeah, definitely forgot to do that for a while. Uh, let's let's cancel that. I don't know why you behaved like that, but let's go a little better. Okay, Cedric, let's bring you up. Ah, what the hell? Oh, you know what? It's not that important. I'm not gonna spend too much time on this. All right. That has been done. I can move on to Tyrannus. Let's double check that this is where I'm at. Yep, that's where I'm at. As soon as the door closed, Eric forced himself to slow his pace. He felt like hunching his shoulders and looking at his feet, but worried that would attract even more attention. The sphere in the hoodie, the sphere in the hoodie's front pocket felt like a bulge. Everyone from here to the other side of the city could notice. The paranoid part of him clamored that everyone knew what he was planning. The soldier part, the one that had been on the one that had been on countless mission in Ismeric territory, reminded him that even people looking for something could miss it when it was in front of them. Eric just wanted his mind to shut up so he could focus on getting out of here without having to fight. Fortunately, while his mind kept on clamoring about how doomed he was, Emriel's students were too busy studying the picture on their phone to notice him. He wondered if that was a flaw in the way they were controlled or a teenage thing. Going down the stairs, he bumped into someone and Eric reflexively turned to apologize. The other guy, with quarterback sized shoulders, did the same. And Eric clamped down the urge to run. They both continued their respective direction, but Eric only made it 3 steps before a shout of "Hey!" came behind him. Eric ran. The student called after him, then yelled for someone to stop him. The result was that most of the people ahead of him moved out of his way, leaving only the 3 by the entrance, each of whom had a device on their neck. The change in his appearance confused them, giving Eric the time to be among them before they thought to reach for him. He he shouldered them aside. Oh no, before one thought to reach for him, he shouldered him aside. A hand closed around his arm, and Eric turned, ready to punch him. Who turned out to be a girl, no more than 18, and he held back. He used his momentum to wrench his arm out of the grip, stumbled through the open door, regained his footing, and took off. He didn't have many options anymore. He could turn the sphere on, but he had no idea if it would help here. If it would help, it would keep the students within its range from receiving orders. But what did that mean for the one they were already obeying? Would they stop looking, or would he just end up wasting its power? It wasn't worth the risk. It wasn't like each and every student was after him. They'd had to spread around. Otherwise, the building would have been filled with them. The campus was large, and he doubted they all knew each other's phone numbers, right? The phone against his leg was a reminder just how easy it was for people to contact each other now. Stop worrying about what you can't control, he grumbled. Focus on the goal, which was to reach Professor Amiral. He hoped she was like every superior he'd worked under, and she stuck to her command post, stayed in her element among her things. If she wasn't in her office, he had no idea how he could find her. The cluster of diagrams at next height by the entrance of the building bolstered his confidence she was there. Now, all he needed was to figure out how to get in. The building was an old hotel, so there had to be a side entrance, maybe even a dock for deliveries. He stayed far as he walked around the building. The windows were out of the question. They led to either classrooms or offices. He found a door on the side of the building, but it was locked and didn't have a keypad on either side. He found the other one at the back by an old loading dock. The amount of rust on the dock plate, the amount of rust on the duct plate, he doubted it had been used in the last few decades. The roll door was bolted shut. The door next to it was locked. The lock over handle looked new and was covered with scratches from everyone who had tried to pick it. It was an older model requiring a key. Of course, the one door he needed wouldn't have an electronic lock. Actually, that's not correct. He found a door on the side, but it didn't. So, of course, another door. But didn't have an electronic lock. He could see the mechanism, but it didn't help him. He didn't have any kind of tools to use on it. With a curse, he kicked at an old brick on the floor. He'd have to risk one of the windows. Maybe not all the rooms would be occupied. Unfortunately, book of the building where he was the only person there didn't have any windows. Something glinted in the sunlight, something the skidding brake had exposed, a slim piece of metal. He looked from it to the door. There was always the historical tradition of breaking in. He picked it up. It was thin but sturdy, and one end was covered with scratches, like it had been used for this purpose before. If that wasn't a sign from the Lord on the worthiness of his course of action, he didn't know what was. He shoved the metal slim between the wooden door and the frame, just above the lock, and pushed against it. The door cracked. Cracked? And the... I'll change that to creaked. The door creaked and the lock assembly bulged, but not enough. He forced the slim back in, this time going a little deeper and giving him a better purchase. Still wasn't enough, but on the third try, the wood shattered and the lock fell out of the door. Sometimes, even for a builder, it was the application of direct force that got the job done. But as soon as he had the time, he was making some sort of multi-key. This was the second time. No, third. This was the second. No, third door he'd broken to open, and that didn't count the minivan. He peeked inside, relieved not to hear any alarm. That's going to be an alarm. The large storage room smelled of dust and mold. The only light came from the door he held open. It was enough to show him boxes after boxes with signs of water damage. A few had papers spilling out of broken sides. He stepped in. This, he figured, was what happened to all the books and pages of tests once computers had been introduced. This was what he'd used to learn. It was depressing to see all of it abandoned like that, but the builder in him knew that technology always moved forward. He saw the door leading inside the hotel on the other side of the room, and he saw and closed this one. The darkness was near complete. What light that it entered the mystic lock was not enough to let him see past the first stack of boxes. He almost tripped on an errand box and did end up on his back when he stepped on paper made slick with mold and humidity. He cursed as trashing to get up just covered him with more of the gunk. As soon as this was over, he was going to need a shower. The door opened without resistance, and in the crack, letting light through, he could see it didn't have a lock. Clearly, the university didn't care if someone stole what was in this room. He searched for Muriel's device and saw only one, heading for the cluster by the entrance. She'd posted them all there. She hadn't kept any for protection. Since she didn't know he could see diagrams, this wasn't a trap. She was that confident in their ability to keep him from getting in. Eric located Emriel's briefcase above him, where he thought her office was. She'd be near it, he was certain of that. He considered turning on the sphere right now. He had to give it a name. He could repurpose disruptors, since he'd left his in the Elk's office. He could turn the disruptor on now, but he still had to cross to the other end of the building to access the stairs, and if she noticed the disruption, she'd have time to find a way to get reinforcement to her office. When the student reached the cluster, he opened the door. As he stepped out, he saw shiny mold on his pants and hoodie. Fortunately, there was no one around to see him. He ducked back in, found dry paper to scrape as much of it off as he could. He tried not to think of it as desecrating the past. After all, he wasn't the one who had abandoned these papers here. The school system had. Once the spots on his clothes only looked dirty and damp rather than wet and slimy, he left the room and headed for the stairs. A few students had appeared, but none of them with devices on their necks. And some gave him a curious glance, but they didn't seem bothered seeing him. No one yelled at him by the time he made it to Amiral's floor, and he took that as a good sign. He turned the disruptor on before leaving the stairs. He could wait until he was before her. He turned the disruptor on before leaving the stairs. He could wait until he was before her, give her a speech about the evil ways he was going to stop her. Okay. This is going to get reworked. Oh, thank you very much for the follow, Jujelly. He could wait. Okay. Okay, you know what? No, that is not how he thinks. He turned the disruptor on before leaving us there. He wasn't waiting until he was before her. Had given her a speech about the evil of her ways. This wasn't a movie. At least he hadn't seen any cameras following him around. Until that happens, he was playing it safe. Instead of the what? Of the trying to rock it? What the hell? What the hell was I doing here? Yeah. He kept his gaze on the briefcase. If she had moved it, it should be at the foot of the desk, on the other side of from the door. In the desk itself, he could see the components to the device stacked in their boxes, and on the shelves, all the other devices. The door was locked, but even if he didn't remember the combination, this story is old. He could now work them out at a glance. He punched it in and entered the room. How? She froze on seeing him. He closed the door behind him. Everyone to my office now. She spoke in a calm voice, didn't even raise it. For all appearances, Eric was the only one who could hear the command. It confirmed that the briefcase transmitted her commands. He wondered what the range was. He stepped around the desk. I don't care what you think. She grabbed the briefcase before he got close to it. But what you did to them is wrong. If you think you can stop me, you'll be surprised. She spoke with such certainty, such superiority, it made Eric study her. They're on their way. All of them. You thought they had to hear my voice to obey me. Eric hadn't planned on showing her the disruptor. It felt too much like a movie moment. But he figured it would shut her up. What is that? It's a signal disruptor, radio, cell. I had a Techer student build it for me because, I didn't think they had to be here to hear your voice. You hold that briefcase too tightly for me to think it isn't important to all this. It transmit your order to them, or it did. I turned this on before I opened the door. She eyed the disruptor. And what do you think you're going to do now? That's up to you. I can knock you out and turn your transmitter off, or you can do it yourself. I think the police will be more lenient if you do that. You call the police? Why? Eric raised an eyebrow. Really? You have to ask? You hijacked your students, taking away their will. She snorted. You say that like I'm the only one. This is Strongberg. You're the only one I've seen, so I did something about it. I can't believe you're saying that like it's normal. This is Strongberg. She repeated like it meant something. You can set your watch by the techers blowing something up on the Aaronway side of the campus. The powered destroy at least one building a week. What? You think we wouldn't get involved? That the staff wouldn't do its own thing? She stood and slammed a hand on her desk. Let me tell you about Coach Finn. I don't care. She stared at him. Excuse me? She sounded like she couldn't believe what he'd said. I'm not some sort of hero looking for rights to wrong. You can't send me after someone else just because you think what they're doing is worse than you. Call the police on him if you feel so strongly about it. Then why are you here? She still couldn't accept what he was saying. You said you were going to stop me. I am. I saw what you're doing, but I didn't come here to Strongbird looking for you or to take down someone. I was here to visit a friend, but what you're doing is wrong and I can't let that pass. But you're going to let Finland continue? What kind of hypocrite are you? The kind with limited resources and time. I told you, I'm not a hero. I don't go out rescuing puppies and old people. Now, you either hand over the briefcase or turn it off yourself. Your choice. There was a knock at the door. Professor? Eric glanced. No, there was a knock. Professor? Eric glanced at the door and saw the device floating on the other side. What do you know? The Lord just provided me with a third option. Come in, Roger. You know the code. Eric sighed. I hate hitting women. JPEG. Yeah, they're all JPEGs. I don't understand why you give me that problem. How do I organize my file? Give me a moment. Let me just finish this, and I will. So that's 11th, so that becomes the 18th. I use Scrivener. Where's my full screen thing? Come on. I have a full screen thing somewhere on here. Tell me I don't anymore. Really? Actually, cancel that. Cancel that. It's got to be this guy. Oh, really? That would be why. Okay. Oh, come on. Are you really not going to let me do this? There we go. That's why I want you above everything. There we go. So I use Scrivener. It's a word processing app. At the base, it works like every other one, but it's got a binder that lets me subdivide everything. So I can have a folder, like in this case, going home. And that folder contains every chapter for the book. But I can have each chapter be individual, and you can nestled within nestled. So I can have, even this file here can have a subfile. So, if you are someone who likes to subdivide your scene within a chapter, you can do that, and still everything's still respected. And just those two things for me made the app pretty much my go-to app. But on top of that, it lets me compile. I can compile one file, a full book, into a bunch of different formats, including EPUB. So yeah. It is among the writing app that I consider the most useful. Many other apps will do variation of that. And maybe if I'd found one of them first, I would like them. The final thing, which actually it's not the final thing, is the first thing that's literally a deal breaker for me. If it doesn't do, is the fact that I can keep my cursor centered. This is called typewriter setting, and it means that my cursor is always in the center. And the reason it's so important for me is that my process includes rewrites, so that when I write, I always have the text at the bottom that I can refer to as I write it, and then I just delete what I've covered and I never have to hit the bottom. I never hit the bottom of the page and have to scroll back up. Everything adjusts itself, and I love that. But yeah, typewriter setting is literally a deal breaker. If an app does not have that, it's the first thing I check for an app. If it doesn't have that, I dismiss it. Oh, that's interesting. There we go. There we go. Everything is back where it should be now. Yeah, I mean, the app is not on the cheap side, but it is it's a lifetime license. You buy it today, or you buy it and you own it. You do not have to. You do not have to pay ever again, unless there's an update and you want the update. But you don't have to. You do not have to go for the update. Yeah. Oh yeah. I do not care for the licensing system that now exists. Did I? If you wait on it, like we're getting to the holidays, the odds are good they're going to have a sale soon. Going home. Okay, are you saying I did not do that, or that it did not go through? Oh, you did not go through. Okay. We're going to try it again and see what happens. I will give you some. Yeah. I think that the regular price is reasonable for what it gives you, but they have sales every so often. So if you are not in an urgent need for it, then yeah, waiting is definitely good. Yeah, that's interesting. You're okay. Well, I'll do it. I'll do the other one, and we'll go from there. Before she could react, Eric was around the desk and had punched her in the face. He had the briefcase on the desk and opened. The door opened. I don't like that there's open twice like this. On the desk, opening as the door did the same. The device was clearly Tecker built, clunky with parts from various other electronics that didn't quite match. Prof, what are you doing with that? Eric ignored the quarterback. He was too busy following the connections, looking for some sort of off switch. Once it was off, he could deal with the student. Out of the corner of his eye, Amiral was on the floor, holding her bleeding nose. Now that he was looking at the diagram carefully, something wasn't adding up. This shouldn't work. Everything in there everything in there was electronics, but what was a calculator doing there? Or that watch component? Some connections didn't even match. Anyone who looked at the surface wouldn't see anything wrong with it, but underneath, this shouldn't work. Which meant it was mad tech. The person who had built this, had been careful, but they had been mad. How could a mad techer build this? The level of subtlety involved was beyond anything he knew they were capable of. He certainly hadn't built anything like this while insane. He looked at Amiral and saw the glint of madness in her anger as she stood. She was trying to stay composed, but her facade was cracking. Professor? The student was frozen in the doorway. Eric grabbed one of the large components as she opened her mouth and her eyes went wide. MadTech didn't work according to what the components did. They worked based on what the techer believed they did. There was a children's story about belief powering the world. In a mad techer's case, it was true. If she hadn't believed the disruptor would work, it would have been useless. He'd gotten lucky. His strategy had been based on the techer being sane, but he could use that belief to his advantage. Eric yanked the electronic piece out to an eruption of sparks. She reached for him. No! Robert crumbled to the ground. Was his name actually Robert? Yeah, no, Roger. That didn't feel right. Roger crumbled to the ground. No. This time, her voice was hollow. To be safe, Eric pulled out more components. How could you? The anger in her voice made him look up. She was glaring at him. Do you have any idea how long it took me to perfect it? How difficult it was to make? Do you think I just slapped parts together? I'm not some common techer. I'm a master. Eric's stomach lurched. The room was filled with diagrams that had the same field as the device he just disabled. Devices built by the same person, built by her. He punched her. She staggered against the wall, puttering. You can't! He punched her again. He couldn't let her focus on what she wanted. He couldn't let her formulate a goal. He didn't know what any of those devices did. He couldn't know, not if she was capable of passing off a mad build as normal. She tried to say something more, but he kept hitting her until she went down and didn't move. He checked her pulse, then went to check on the student. Both were alive. He rested against the desk and caught his breath. He couldn't know how the student, Roger, she'd called him, was mentally, but his pulse was steady. Now he needed to let someone know about this. Amiral's phone was on the desk. It was a large thing with the entire front of screen. A lot of people had phones like her. It took him a few tries, but he found a list of contacts, and in it was George Mendes. Good afternoon, Professor. The man answered. How can I help you? Professor Mendes, it's Eric. There was a pause. Eric? What are you doing with Judith's phone? She was the one mind controlling the students. Wait, no, that doesn't work. That does not work. He's had that conversation before. He's talked to Mendes. Yeah. He's already told them that. Okay. She was. What are you doing with Judith's phone? I can confirm she was the one mind controlling the student. Judith. Really? Didn't sound. And the man believed him? So you stopped her? Yes, I destroyed the transmitter. The man made a thoughtful sound. There's been a student falling unconscious. I take it this is the cause? Yeah, when I shorted it, it must have sent a signal that took them out, or their conscious state was dependent on it working. I don't know. He sighed. Eric. Yeah. He sighed. There's something else. She's a techer, and she's mad. No, I've known her for years. She's perfectly normal. She isn't. I have no idea how she managed it, but she's been able to conceal it. The briefcase was mad tech. If it hadn't been hers, it wouldn't have worked. You're certain? Yeah, I saw her eyes when I knocked her out. She's definitely mad. I don't know what to say. I can't believe I never noticed. You shouldn't blame yourself. She fooled me for a lot longer than she should have been able to, and I'm intimately familiar with mad techers. You'd better send someone to her office soon. You don't want her regaining consciousness here. There are a lot of devices she can use. Some of them are her own builds. There's no telling what they do. They look like normal tech, but I wouldn't want to risk it. Not after the transmitter. Shouldn't you be able to see the diagrams? I can, but if it's mad tech, it won't help me. The part of a build are more symbolic than anything else, and with the way printed circuits work, she can believe they do anything. The man was silent for long enough. Eric had to say something. Professor Mendes? Sorry, I was just processing what you said. You seem to know a lot about how mad tech works. It was Eric's turn to be silent. She isn't my first mad ticker the first mad ticker I've dealt with. But you aren't one of them, right? The worry in the man's voice was palpable. Eric chuckled. If I was, I wouldn't be talking. I'd be expanding. I'd be on her creation. Our mind control creation is very impressive. I'd be expanding. Building on. I'd be building on her creation. Our mind control creation. Building. Our mind creation technology is very impressive. It's really impressive. Rick, Mendes said, his voice tentative. Forgive me for saying this. But you speak as if you have personal experience in how a mad ticker thinks, and I don't mean you've met other mad tickers. Eric forced his voice to be jovial, even if he felt his stomach drop. He'd forgotten the man's background was in psychology, not engineering. You know there's no coming back from that, and as powerful as I am, I don't think I'd be able to hide it if I went mad. Yes, of course, you're right. He didn't sound convinced. It's why I'm careful with what I do. I know how easy it is to tip over the edge. I understand. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to imply. Security is on their way, and I'll update the police. This should make them hurry. Good. 2 more things. Yes? She mentioned someone named Finland. I think she said he was a coach. Coach Finland, yes. I know of him. He's quite liked by the campus athletes. You should send someone to check him out. She said he's doing something to his student. It might just have been to distract me, but you should make sure. I'll see to it personally. What's the second thing? Eric took a breath. Please leave my name out of this. Have campus security take the credit, or take it yourself. I don't mind. Eric, you did good here. Great, even. You saved a lot of people. Do you really want to fade into the background? You bet I do, Eric thought. Professor, if I take credit for this, people are going to ask me a lot of questions. How I did it is going to come up real quick. How I knew what she was doing, what's going to happen if someone works out how powerful I am, or that I was born 85 years ago. If nothing else, the university is going to want to study me, not to mention the corporations. I take it you aren't interested in fame or fortune. Not with the inherent danger of pushing my ability. If I go mad, do you think anyone will be able to stop me? George gasped. See your point. Don't worry, I'll respect your wishes. No one will know about you. Thank you. You should leave. Security is almost there. Eric dropped the phone on the desk and left. What's all the brouhaha about? Isabella asked. Eric had found her outside their building as the campus medical staff were looking over a handful of unconscious students. He'd escorted her to a bench, and not long after that, the police had arrived. And the police had arrived. Along with the news. Why do they always have to make a production of things like this? This is Strongberg. We get something like this every other week or so. She looked at the students on a stretcher. Well, not exactly like this. On her phone, they watched George, standing at the bottom of the stairs to the engineering building, give a quick rundown of what had happened. How Professor M&BM had used Tecker technology to influence her student, that she'd been stopped. He didn't mention she'd been a Tecker herself. When the news people pressed to know how she'd been stopped, he only said that campus security had been involved. Shouldn't you be used to them? If stuff happens so regularly? The cow smiled. I don't think I've ever been used to the vultures showing up after the fact for their piece of flesh. Eric eyed her. Careful. I happen to know some vultures. They are nice people. Really? Eric shook his head. The only vulture I've known was Ramirez. Remember him? She gave a half shake of a shabby pulse. That was the perv, right? Yeah. He kept sneaking into the women's locker room. She shuddered. Caught him once, punched him on the spot, knocked him right out. You never told me. She shrugged. Eric smiled. It's a good thing for him. If I'd known one of the guys that tried to see my girl naked, I would have had it. I would have had to hurt him. She raised an eyebrow. Your girl, huh? Eric looked at her, seeing both the older woman and the woman she'd been. That had been the plan before, you know. She nodded. I did wonder. You never said anything, but there was the ballerina. I didn't think you'd do that kind of gesture for just anyone. Definitely not. He looked at her phone. Mendes was still answering questions. I'm sorry I wasn't there for you. He smiled, but I'm happy you had a good life. She smiled back. I've wondered, what we might have been like together. But that was before. Before what? Grandma! Isabel turned toward the voice, and Eric followed her gaze. A cow in her mid-20s was heading their way, panting slightly. Anita, what are you doing here? It's Wednesday. We're going to the restaurant for... She was still talking, but Eric wasn't listening. She had amazing brown eyes, with a deepness in them he'd never seen in anyone before. Her hide was mottled white and brown, and she was beautifully plump. Isabel elbowed him. Eric? Sorry. The younger car was chuckling. This is Anita Isaac, my granddaughter. Hi. He was smiling, and he knew it was the kind of goofy smile he always thought were over the top in movies. I'm Eric Anita. She raised an eyebrow. Isabel snickered. Eric put his palm over his face. I'm Eric Clarkson. He offered her his hand. It's a pleasure to meet you. Her handshake was firm, but the skin soft. Hi. It was all she said, but her expression gained a shyness that hadn't been there before. Anita, dear, where are you parked? Isabel asked. Eric noticed the fluttering ears had gained a pretty pink hue. Anita let go of his hand. It took her a moment to find her voice. She gave him another shy smile. Before looking at Isabel, it's in the visitor lot, a few blocks away. Why don't you bring it to the William lot? Isabel pointed. It's right over there. That way, I won't have to walk quite as much. She blinked. I guess. She glanced at Eric, then seemed to realize what Isabel had said. Yes, of course. I'll be right back. She turned and hurried away. You know, Isabel said, if anyone else was looking at my granddaughter the way you are, I'd smack them. Eric nodded. Anita's hair flew behind her, exposing her shoulders. Her skirt was uneven, exposing some of her white and brown hide, and wondered if it was as soft as her hand. I'd smack them hard. That's good. Should I be jealous? What? He pulled his gaze from Anita to look at Isabel. She was looking back at him, an amused expression on her face. Of course not. It's just that... At least I know you're a good man. No, Relax, Eric. I'm 83 and widowed. I don't expect you to shack up with me. She looked him over. Although, there's a certain appeal to having a virile young man in my bed. Eric felt himself blush. Not at the implications, but because he could see himself doing that for her. He wondered what Anita would think of him if he did. Isabel laughed. A full laugh that made her sound so much younger. You think she'd be interested in going out with me? He managed to say. You'll have to ask her to find out. She smiled, but you have my blessings. How about her father? She snickered. He might be more difficult to convince. He sat on Anita, finding himself a good bull to raise a family with, but I wouldn't worry about that. Why not? Eric eyed her wearily. She beamed. Because in this day and age, young women don't care what their father wants or what they think is good for them. I can't imagine what it would have been like if you tried to convince my father to date me. You're saying I should ask our father? You're saying I should ask her father? Unless he's the one you plan on going out with? No. A car honked, and Isabel turned. Anita was getting out of the car, a bright pink model, with just enough space inside for both of them. So, you're going to ask her out? Now? Eric blushed at how horrified he sounded and how loudly Isabel laughed. I cannot remember if him and Anita were ever planned or if it's just something that happened. Like this is old. This is probably a decade old. All right. Will you? Okay, actually, let's double check things. Maybe I screwed something. There's no schedule there, and that's for January, so that's good. So that is not causing a problem. I'll be right back. It's long enough that I don't think. Yeah, it did work. Okay. I will have to try that in a little bit. Uh, where am I doing that? Hey, Bob. Welcome to the stream. I hope your day goes well. Thank you. Have a good rest of your day. Oh, I have. Okay, so I am caught up on these. Okay, that's good. Geez, I need to find something else to write about. All right, let's see if you're gonna post. Let's check this one. No, it can't be that simple, but let's double check anyway. It's not. It's not that. Okay. Welcome back, James. You are having fun. Very cool. Yep, in a few minutes. Uh, Zealots. Oh, damn it. What's the. Ah. Obsession? I'm gonna go with that term. Alrighty. It is time for me to take lunch. We'll be back in about an hour, so I hope to see you then. And welcome back. This afternoon, it is The Daughter. Chapter 12. It is a Tristan chapter, and it is basically the fight between Tristan and Slip. I believe Matthias is his actual name. I'll have to check that. Lapin, 63 words, Antlers Harvest, World Amber article. Congratulations, James. Did he fall? No, it's his ability to slip out of sight. He basically has this ability to, if you take your eyes off of him, he can move in such a way that you can't find him again. So, he slips by. So that became his handle for the organization that created him. Oh no, Malcolm. Malcolm is his name. $1,000 Coolimp. Congratulations. You've been using the scene to show the AI. The protag is still more uptight than he realizes, since all he does is study. Social magic doesn't need a full incantation. As well as a vampire can't be filmed or have reflections. Cool. Oh, ow! Very cool. Mm. Why do you feel like you want to program your game more than write articles? Because it is new. Because it is shiny. Because squirrel! Once you've done it for a while, it will become ordinary. You're welcome. Oh, it is called the latch. Okay. Welcome back as well, Angel. Thank you. How are you doing? How is your daughter? She's too active for 8 p.m. Did she nap during the day? She did. I can't say when, like how old I was, but there came a point where my mom actively prevented me from napping during the day so that I sleep at a reasonable time and sleep mostly through the night. Because yeah, I I was a bit of a problem when I was a kid. 'Hey, you put her to sleep at 10 p.m. Sometimes she sleeps through the night, and sometimes she wakes up at 1, then goes back to sleep. Well, if 10 p.m. is her usual bedtime, then okay, it's not unreasonable for her to be active at 8. She needs to exhaust herself, so she'll sleep at 10. And enjoy the food, James. Sometimes it's 9:45. Well, to be fair, at that point, a 15 minutes difference makes it 10 anyway. 10 is a ballpark figure. Consider yourself hugged back, James. It is. It is nice. The work you put in, you like the fact you want to. That feels a little incomplete as a phrase. Ah. Feels like a waste of effort if you went through all that and I said graphic looks like shit. Well, let's. If you are doing this for me, James, please stop. This should be done. You should be doing that for you. You should be doing that because you enjoy it, that you want to do it. Don't make my quote unquote approval, a condition. He is working on a Pico 8 program slash game. And this is more about you wanting to play unsatisfactory. Ah, context is always good. Well, I won't go as far as to say it felt like he was doing it for me, but there was a sense that my approval played a part, which is why I cautioned against it. It's right here. Yes, we are consistent. Oh, I did not fill that out yesterday. Interesting. Hey, Duck Lord. Welcome to the stream. How are you doing today? Got another chapter and some down. Doesn't feel like a ton of progress. It does not have to be a ton of progress. It simply has to be progress. And congratulations on that progress. I'm gonna remove this slightly. I've made him 2 years younger, so that is more than slightly. You're awesome, and that is why we recommend games to you and coming here. Consider yourself hugged back at James, and thank you. All right. Will deleted. Will you post? Does not look good. Oh, it did post. Very neat. Okay, so that was not done with that, right? Whoa, wait a minute. How is that 22? Where's 21? So that is 21. Okay. How did I misnumber that? This would be easier to do just like this. So that is 21 is 22. Let's confirm. That is 20. Yep. That should be this one. Yep. Okay. Okay, all that goes in here. Let's not get distracted. Becomes 25. Come on. Come on. Don't do that again. All right, if you're going to do that, I need to do this differently. And I don't have that icon anymore. Well, I can grab it from here. Where did you... Oh. Why are you there? You should have been in downloads. Okay. How about we try that again? Okay, let's try with you. Oh, I guess that's going to be done tomorrow. Doesn't want to do anything today. Alrighty, Angel. Have a good night. See you tomorrow, and thank you for dropping by. Alrighty. With the writing done, let's see who is streaming. Oh, Sable is streaming. Or maybe not. No, about to start. Cool. What? Since when does Tim Horton do pizza? They're overextending. They're going to fall in the same trap a bunch of places like that fell into. Alrighty. Thank you very much, everyone, for dropping by and keeping me company. I will be back tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Eastern Time. I will be working on Mind Your Step, and in the afternoon, the Technicians Fight. If you can't wait that long to hang out with me again, you can find me tonight, 5 p.m. Eastern Time, on the Playing Tiger. I'll be playing Space Engineer 2. I hope to see you then. If I do not, I hope you have a good week, a good weekend when it arrives, and I'll see you when I see you.